Ha! Try that. Alright, we'll start again. Hang on. We will start again. God damn it. Technology is going against me today. I don't like it. Alright. We will start this. We will start the scene again because I wasn't entirely paying attention, so...
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
He was. He was fighting for Gina, I presume, at the time.
Me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime.
So I came here today to ask something of you.
So I presume that's her dad.
I shall be standing in court.
That died from an illness. That's why she had to go back to Japan.
As a lawyer.
And also Susato's a lawyer. Find it quite interesting. So this is the gentlewoman from case 1 who was a murderer in the very first case. She's smiling while she was murdered. Something must have happened. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. So are we being Susato? I'm quite excited, actually. 13th of August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 3. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. So is this second game all about Susato? Wait! Oh good, you're here. That's her father! That's her father! She says he was ill. He don't look ill to me. He looks right as rain. Oh, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes. Good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. That is her father, right? Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. So, okay, so he is her father. What is happening? Thought he was ill. Unless that was a ruse, so to get her back to Japan so she can learn to be a lawyer. But this would be quite interesting, because back then, around Victorian times, women didn't have jobs, and here's Susato working towards being a lawyer. I'm all for this. I'm all for this indeed. Eugene Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumei University. A man who, earlier in his life, travelled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. Sorry, I'm trying to get myself comfortable. It's proven quite hard. Oh no! Everything is against me! Okay. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me? Oh, hello? Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Okay. Yes, hello? Who are you? I'm defending you today. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Rei Membami, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. So we're basically in the same situation as Ryunosuke was. I wonder if we're go against that tutorial prosecutor. Most likely, yes, we will. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So during that time, it would be deemed as unusual for a woman to work within the field of science. For science or in law, in Susato's case. But I think this was around the time when Marie Curie was working towards being a scientist herself. I think. Yeah, she was around Victorian times. And sadly, she's a defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. It's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Aw, she's adorable. She's a cutie. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. It would seem my little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? Don't tell me they dressed Susato as a man. If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it will be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that... No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform! That varsity cap! That varsity cape! That varsity badge! Can I see all this? Look at you! You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yumei University. A male student. Right. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke up 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see... It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial.
My defense?
Come on, you can click it together. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Shit, I didn't know that. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike.
But women are forbidden.
Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer.
Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me?
Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you, so no pressure there, no pressure. Hey, hang on. I'm sure it'll sort itself out. Okay.
It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing.
She went to court in Japan before, I'm pretty sure. Not as Ryunosuke assistant, because she wasn't allowed to, but she did come in to give some evidence.
Wait, please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you really do look so dashing.
Aww.
Yes, you mentioned that once or twice.
You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today.
I like her dad. He seems really, really sweet. And supports his daughter 100%.
Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly.
So if she's been proven guilty, she would be executed, I presume?
Susato, you do believe me, don't you?
I didn't do it. I couldn't have.
I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right?
Oh, she's got tears.
Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side, because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer.
That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Stand aside!
You go, Ray!
I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. So, who was she talking to on the graveyard? Or whose grave was she talking to? I got no idea.
There is simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this?
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. Ooh, what information? Do you think I should know? We'd only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. Oh, I see. That again. Right. Gotcha. I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? The gentlewoman. Oof. That's tricky. Just to be clear, I do not know the name of this gentlewoman. We should be making a move now too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. Let's go! Let's go! I'm Susato Mikatoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. You said your father was ill. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Let's go, Susato! I have every bit of confidence in you. Let's go! 13th of August, 9 AM. Supreme Court of Judicature Courtroom 1. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, God! Yeah. What is that? What is this? Why? I've never seen that hairstyle before. Just why? This is a terrible haircut. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Defense Counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency. We are ready. Ready? Oh, she's doing the same thing as Ryunosuke! Oh my god, that's... Ready. Ready. Yes, Counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryotaro Naruhodo, correct? Sorry? Wait, is she acting as him? Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, Counsel? Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryotaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Ah. It seems Ryotaro may need to consider how better to uphold this manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Yes, sir. No. Hodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. God, I hate that haircut so much. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be? You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin. That's right. Ryotaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I love how... no nonsense she's trying to look. I think that's funny. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. Ray! I won't have you making fun of her. Ray! Huh? Oh, please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Don't be. He's an idiot. He's terrible at his job. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. What does that mean? Are wont to flit? I'm so confused. Okay. Well, let's get straight down to business. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. Yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this. Unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now. This same judge had tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Oh, she's got her cape off! Let's go! Alright, it's time to prove myself. Oh, she's doing the same thing! She's being Ryunosuke! Yes, your excellency, but please do make them simple. Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim. Whew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. Ah. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are... won't to blank. What? Is this a confusion of the translation? I'm so confused. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise, even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right. Just use E to open the... Okay, so it's basically telling you about what to do. Then you need to flip to the people, use section with E, and don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely. Alright, check the court record with E. That's where the information I need will be. I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? So we're looking for Giselle Bratt. Oh, it's coming back to me. Yes, that was her name. The victim of the case, who was a former British exchange student. 9 months ago, she was found guilty of the murder of visiting professor Dr. John Wilson. Giselle Bratt.
Yes!
Yes! Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh, she's doing hands up! The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Bratt. Giselle Bratt. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our Empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own Empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. Nope. So for people who do not know, they were talking about the very first case when Ryunosuke was framed for murdering Dr. John Wilson. Well, in actuality, it was Giselle Brett who murdered Dr. John Wilson. Why? Can't remember, but she did it. But if it's proving hard to recall the final points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman student persona was the face of a killer. Queen Victoria! Behind that woman's face, oh, it was Queen Victoria! No, she was a killer.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumi University was killed, and the culprit was Giselle Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba? Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yumi University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. Hated her and exposed a despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. What happened to her in the end? I don't think she went to prison because she can't. She couldn't because she was a British citizen. I don't know. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. Interesting, interesting. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed. Only the day before? That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Orchi. I dislike him.
As is your wish, Your Excellency.
August in broad daylight. Oh, this is pretty. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death is a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lungs. Ugh. Oh, that sounds like a horrible way to go. An injury which proved fatal. There were 2 persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. She wasn't in a bathing attire, though. She was in a dress. Sorry, my glasses are so dirty I can't see. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. Wait, she does? The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Okay, okay. Why? Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about the powerful motive. What was the motive? You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon. No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe. Oh, I think I understand. Is he saying that she killed the woman as a revenge for killing Dr. John Wilson? Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? Oh. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. What a fantastic way to say it, Ray. Powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray, be careful of what you're saying. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. I mean, I could have guessed that. But I feel like that was a little too easy. I'm looking at Ray right now. Well, not right now. This isn't Ray. But I'm looking at Ray. And she doesn't seem like a revenge type. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. Yeah, that was kind of shitty. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel what he said about the bathing spot. She wasn't wearing a bathing suit. If I may, Prosecutor Orchi. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. My apologies, clearly my modernity has confused a poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin's... No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry. Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor! It was the government who granted permission, not I! In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. Who was... Oh, the inspector? But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me! It was a young student girl who did it, not I! No one has proved that yet! I wouldn't provide the man if you don't need to. At this stage, I need to gather more information, I think. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about being alone together. I like to cover all bases. Membami-san. Yes, what is it? No, Hoto-san. I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alliance Ryotaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there was only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Oh, hey. So, Your Excellency, If you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Let's have a looky look. Oh, she is in the bathing attire. Okay. So this is her. Yes, thank you, Council. A tragic image. Oof, I don't know why she has so much masks in her case. There's her dress. And her purse. The champagne. Wow, for a criminal, for a convicted criminal, she's living a great luxury, isn't she? Wine in an ice bucket on the beach. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. Could have hidden a dress. That's quite a big dress. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. The photographic print of the scene taken by police just after the incident occurred. The stab wound in the victim's back is clearly visible. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. How? I didn't say anything. Well, Your Excellency, naturally, the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses? But who? Yeah, who? One of whom I might add is a highly respected police detective. I want to see this detective. I assure you the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room of doubt. Oh, poor Susato, poor Ray. Very well then, Council, bring forth your witnesses. I, Taketsuchi Ochi, have been waiting for this moment. Okay. Okay. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago here in this very courthouse when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Well, yes. This insult to the Ochi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. That's why his hair was like that. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, I forgot about that. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence! Since I saw revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. You'd call that a miracle? Observe the Ochi growth. No, thank you. No, thank you. We're good. We're good. That sounds absolutely... You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown? I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? She's trying to act dumb, but she's actually very savage. Where is the hope exactly? Oh wow, that is hilarious. I said silence! Today I face another Yoko student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you, and my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Yeah, that's true. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Okay, so we have the inspector. I presume he's talking about the detective. Hey, he's the guy from the other case. He was accused of murdering. Oh, he was accused of murdering the woman who was just walking down the street outside of his lodge. That case. The one about the books. That was the one. That was case 4, I think. Case 4, my goodness. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. Why do you have a turtle on your head? I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And I am, well, the next big thing in books, and also renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsumi. Why? Is that your journalist? Is that your paparazzi? I'm confused. My goodness. Struggling studio from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Saseki, even. Yes? What on earth is Saseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Saseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I can certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Do you have something on your head? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. You know what this is a shout out to Mia a Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. This happened before in the first case of the 3rd game of Ace Attorney trilogy. You play as Mia against Dahlia Hawthorne. I think it might be a reference to that. So I wonder who would this murderer be? Unless he's the murderer. I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would wait for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Saseki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. so cute. At Yume University? So he's talking to Bertie. He had beaten the boss in Elden Ring. After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikotoba? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. Not that you cared. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. He's practically threw that paper at me. The Saseki Natsume article has been entered into the court record. A newspaper containing an article about a discussion between my father and Saseki-san. The debate became quite spirited. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I shall like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance, and the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. Oh yeah, and he has tuberculosis. So you would see him in fits of coughs when he hears things he doesn't like. But fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Oh, shut up about you being an author. It is clear you're the killer. He's a killer, I feel like. But if only I had, I never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. I hate him so much. Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You are given account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. I need to see this newspaper. I thought we got the cat. He gave the cat to us. He had the cat. And now the cat is ours. How did he get the cat? Where did the cat come from? It must be a new cat, actually. But it looks like the same cat. Oh, look at him. He's so cute. Do you love a good kitty? I want a kitty. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. Okay. The witness scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a kettle roll from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, there's that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Multiple times? No, it was single. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. Multiple times! Time of death just after 2 p.m. Death is believed to be due to trauma to the victim's lung from a knife blade. Only a single wound was identified. Multiple stabs. The very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. Alright, let's see it. What phrase did I use again? Oh yes, that was it. Damning evidence. What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Okay, what's the pen got to do with this? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Oh, gee, who else uses a pen to write? Oh, I know, a writer. I wonder who the killer is. I think I know. I think it's the self-proclaimed author with a bunch of journalists and paparazzi keep following him around. Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Oh shit, I haven't noticed that. A pen. A pen is clutched. Oh, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right. The fountain pen. The fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. The owner's initials has been engraved into the ebonite barrel. Sorry, I feel like I missed a bit of speech, but... R.M. Remember me. You're balmy. Alright, let's have a look at this. Okay. So anyone else that's not remember me have the initials R.M. Okay. What is it upside down? W. Okay, never mind. The initials of the defendant. No! Oh, you're being really Inosuke against Susato. She's just picking up habits from Inosuke. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. The fountain pen has been entered into the court record. It carries in. I need to see this pen. So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence? There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. Oh, shut up, Orchie. I don't understand. The prosecutor, Orchie, of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me! Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright, I I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. We already found one inconsistency. The inspector says multiple stab wounds, while in actuality there's only a single wound. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Let's go. Let's go. The witnessed scene. However, to see what they have to say about each statement, I am pressing on each statement. So on the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
Hold it!
Hold it! In that jaunty disguise? Correct. Wait, no! I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the English woman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. Okay. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer. Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously in the surface. Right? And how do you breathe under that said water? Mr. Turtle loves the water! Yes, Hosonaga. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there? If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. They got you there! Nothing to say? Okie dokie. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. Alright, what do you have to say? I just managed to catch that crab and I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. Hold it! You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Sasaki-san? In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Kia! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so. Sasaki-san wasn't at all like this in England. No, he seems more... how to put it? What's the word? Full of himself? There is a word for that. Not obsessed. God, what's the word? When you're so full of himself, I'm pretty sure it begins with O. Obnoxious, there we go. Obnoxious. I know it begins with O and B. Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hutwise. I don't know what that means. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Hold it! Wait, by pair, you don't mean to say? But how could that be? No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Rei Membami-san. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. if you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, very foolish. It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hat? Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the Norrens curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside, only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. Okay, that is sand. But I just noticed that there's footprints around her. Okie dokie. You see some footprints around. What is... Oh, that must be the wine. She's... If I saw her on the beach having a beach hut to herself where she can hang her clothes up and have a wine from her ice bucket in lavish bathing suit and in her swan hat, the last thing I'm gonna think of her as a criminal convict is she's getting punished. Like, come on. Okay. Right, whatevs. Something's triggering him. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes. How thoroughly appalling! Ugh, he doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Sasaki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder? You'd like a literary man's opinion. Or like anyone's opinion at the moment. We'll try to get to the bottom of this. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. As she stabbed wildly? As she stabbed wildly? Hold it! Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed. The terrible spectre, the turpid inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. Back in the fourth case where he was being accused of being a murderer, I felt sorry for him. Now I don't. I genuinely believe he's an actual killer, and I do believe that that is his pen, even if the letters are R.M. Eek! Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? Oh, no. No, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly or Japanese a man as you. I wonder if I might interject here, Sasaki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression, were your words just now, I believe. What was that? What is this twitching? These twitches, you know what? You're very Sasaki. You are Saseki. So, do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described? I take that as a yes. No, I mean yes. I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. Okay. It still doesn't show if you've seen it or not. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. So you saw the blade. Do you have the blade? She was stabbed multiple times? How can you be sure of that? Very simply, from the blood on the blade. The blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. Oh. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes, right. Saw it too. Why smile like that? Why smile like that? Which means that the victim did not die instantly. That's a bad thing, isn't it? So she was suffering from a punctured lung before she died. Struggling to breathe, probably coughing out blood. And here he is, smiling. I don't know, you started to be sus. Both of them are sus. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound, at least. No, it's not! Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly? Just Susato, being the queen of savage. That's just my personal opinion, of course. Yeah, what you say of that? Yeah, alright. Yeah, he did not like that. Counsel your refrain from mocking the witness. He's mocking me! Oh no, I just have so many thoughts swirling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons, a misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even... a delusion. What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one sure way to do that. Yes, with evidence, of course! Thank you! Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you use E to pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration, so you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. Okay, so we know the inspector says that she was stabbed multiple times. That is not true. The autopsy report says that she was stabbed a single time in the lung. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for. Yes, it's all about inconsistencies. It's all about the inconsistencies. One thing that I have so much trouble looking for. Once you've identified a witness's test statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with R, and the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure. Yes! Alright then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task. That's actually a good idea. Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember? So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl. You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start. Let's go, Susato. Let's go. So, it's the last statement we want. So, my throat is going.
Objection!
Yes! With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. Yes, yes, whatever your name is, Susato. Let's go. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Council? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How? Not you, Sasaki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosanaga. At me? Yeah, yes. In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. Are we talking about the same person? And yet that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. Oh, she's got a book! She's got a book! In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. Ah. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Sasaki-san, me? You claim to have seen a Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly, guys, wildly. But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and... It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True! Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Sasaki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be! Ah, we got there in the end. Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them without objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically. Objection! Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. Oh, I've only just started. You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. That's where Susato gets her savagery from. Look at it. Ah, Mikatoba, we love you, lovely. Slander, my head is quite adequately dressed. Huh. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. You have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Damn it! Damn. I am in agreement with... Words, I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young Yoko boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes. Going for the jugular. What does father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could save her life. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought that she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with a wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. How? I know it's also the correct answer, but was it the correct answer? Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Ugh, is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Wait, it wasn't the right answer? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the local defense counsel, I mean. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. A young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Very well, Inspector, I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it, shall we? Yes, sir, I will do so flawlessly. Witness testimony. Forensic medicine primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Oof. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes, even I knew that. The knife actually stops the wound from bleeding. Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. Ha, this is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. I hate you so much. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? Ooh, that would be bad. I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have? Susato. Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Go, Susato. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Let's go! However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. Let's have a look at the evidence to make sure that we know what we're doing. So this is the picture. Seems to be good. There's a bit of crease there, or a cut. We'll keep an eye on that. This is the photo. There's feathers from her hat, footprints, wine, dress, in a heart, masks, so many masks. Why so many masks? Anyway. She has no shoes on. Nope, she does. She has sandals on. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. And a pen. Which I'm not allowed to examine. Okie dokie. Alrighty then, let us continue. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Are we ready? Forensic medicine primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Another thing we didn't do. Female British Giselle Brett. Time of death 11th of August at around 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination and witness statements. A single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Note: extreme meiosis. Pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Ugh. That sounds awful. Yeah.
Hold it.
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. And there was a hemorrhage, it says so in the court, resulting in a piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Oh. So there was already a serious hemorrhage already because it pierced the lung. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Cancel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Ugh. Don't worry, Susato, I hate him too. Back to the witness testimony, please. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know.
Hold it.
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... Clearly, the defendant, Ray Membami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense! Susato! You're supposed to defend her! What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. I feel like that she's going to be hearing about that. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. Yeah. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Fair enough, fair enough. Careful, counsel. A lack of common sense is going to be a very dangerous thing. Oh shit, he's got his gavel! Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Thank you. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it. Okay. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. There was. It was piercing the lung.
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. And then she probably shouldn't be in a medical field? If she has delicate sensibilities? I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. No. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. What do you say about women? Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Ooh, I like him if he respects women so much. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. That's a really passive-aggressive smile he was giving me. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant. And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you'll reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes. Miss Bet was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in a courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. What's that? You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. Ah, I realize that this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in a courtroom, so if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my best to help. Examine the evidence in the court record? It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? I know what to do, I think. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naohito-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with space. Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes, I'll do it straight away. So it's in the... This is it. This is a statement that we need to show the, that we need to present the evidence on. So the reason why she pulled the knife was because it was puncturing the lung, and that resulted in a fatal hemorrhage. I think this is it.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I must object to the witness's last statement. Any evidence you've thrust in my direction is supposed to prove your point. I apologize. I did present it rather more forcefully than I intended to. You will kindly refrain from these overly exuberant outbursts, Counsel, be they verbal or material. He really put me in my place there. So not that statement. So maybe the first statement. What's the point of having an arrow there if I can't go back? So, because if on the first statement, he said that taking the knife out resulted in a hemorrhage, but in actuality, it was pierced the lung that resulted in a hemorrhage. I know what to do. I know what to do. So I think it's this one.
Objection!
No? But she still pulled it out. Definitely, the contradiction lies in your apparent eagerness to present an empty argument, I feel. Perhaps I need to reconsider. So... You sure? Maybe it's the second statement? I'm gonna try the second statement. It's something to do with...
Objection!
Oh, come on! And perhaps you would care to explain the quote precisely. How? Well, definitively. I'm 2 points. Let's have a look. Maybe it's this one. I haven't examined this! If we take off the pen's lid... Oops. So he's talking about the pen. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Don't know what that... Don't know what that's gonna do with anything. The RM initials are very clearly engraved here, and the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is a very clear message too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Why did I unscrew it, though? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. There's no ink, though. Is something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. A fountain. There's a very small amount of liquid still inside. What's this? Ooh. There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Okay, so we got a bit of something. Doesn't really help in this case though. Did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. I can't find a single crack in its testimony anywhere. I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like these when it's... The fundamentals. Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. Which I did. Oh god, I'm stuck with this one. I might need to press him again. This is hard. Okay. Without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Okay, I'm gonna press him in all of these again. I feel like I'm missing something. You say doing it without thinking could be a problem? Does that mean that if you use due care and attention it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out really, but... The blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. See, this is why I thought... In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, thank you for such a thorough explanation. Did I press him in the last statement? The result is a bloodbath. So confused. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know.
Hold it!
Who's something to do with the pen? In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... clearly, the defendant, Raymond Bami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. That still made me laugh. Wow, what do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I am not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful counsel, a lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. We do love Susato's father. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it. Okay, so let's forget about the medical side now. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim.
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Yes, a little bit, Susato. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? I should cover the medical side of the argument. Okay, so we can't really argue against the medical side of the argument. She's not supposed to take the knife out. We tried. But the young student did have a motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both a motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant. She's letting the feelings get the better of her. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. As in many ways of Membami-san. Did I press him in this one?
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the English... Oh, I did press him on this. The Englishman appeared said to have been a very broad-minded individual. Oh, I didn't see the back! There's legitimately nothing in the back. This is a newspaper from Saseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen of former Yumei Medical Research Laboratory. Wait, what? From Yumei's Medical Research... Father, isn't that your lab? What the... Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? If this morning's paper that Saseki-san gave us, are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that it is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned his information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray, she was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. Where? Huh? Reiko's England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Saseki-san, is it, father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me in the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Anything else on the newspaper? So the poison's been stolen. Okay, we don't need to look at... Oh, it seems an attempted cover-up is at play. This is extraordinary. What I'd really like to know is how a reporter found out about it. Well, however it happened, I have to take full responsibility. There'll be serious consequences for sure. So now we have an article. Following a lecture you made by Soseki Natsume on the 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Hi Totes Adorbs, hello lovely. A man sued an airline company after it lost his luggage. Sadly he lost his case. Oh, that's a good one, I love that. How are you Totes Adorbs? I hope you had a lovely Christmas. How are things? We are just doing the first case of the second Ace Attorney game. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either by the mouth or by a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entire new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. I think we found the answer. Did we find the answer? I think we found the answer. Fluffy and Pink, how are you all? And did you have a fluff-tastic holiday? We did. I spent Christmas with my boyfriend. It was just me and my boyfriend. We made like turkey dinner together and watched a film and and played games as well. We were playing Harry Potter Trivial Pursuit. We opened some presents. We played timelines. It was really, really nice. So thank you. Yes, it was a lovely holiday, but I'm feeling a bit weird of going back into normal life. So does anyone feel that? Where you're using up all your energy to have like a really nice day of just relaxing and just being happy and it's full of life, and then all of a sudden it all ended and you just don't know what to do or how to get back into sense of normality? I'm starting to feel that myself. So still waiting for Hogwarts Legacy, and also hope it's at least 20% as good as it seems. I thought it was out. I thought it's out already. But I do hope it was. I do hope it's good as well. I think we found the answer. February 10th, 2023 is the release date. Ah, I did see it advertising on Steam. Ah, fair enough. We're going to use... We're gonna try and use the newspaper. That must be a way. It's an RPG game, isn't it? Where you're the student, you pick what... You design your character, you pick what house you sort... Or well, at least what house you sorted. Do you pick the house you sorted? Or does it go... Or do you get picked randomly? Or do you... I don't know if we know that yet. Or you would end up having to have to do some sort of questionnaire and it sorts you into a house. Sorts you into a house based on those questions. Okay. I think I got this. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's try the newspaper. Let's go.
Objection!
Yes! We did it. I was scared because I only had 2 hit points left. Knew what normalcy was, so returning to something so alien a concept that wouldn't bother me too much. That is fair enough. It takes me a while to get into the sense of a normal routine, or at least normal for me. No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Huh! The Yoko not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Eee! You're a loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Uni... The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But... Prosecutor Orchi, you will let the defense speak. Yeah! The quote, she is too fond of books and it has turned her brain. The fact that the books keeps your mind going, that seems like a very good quote. I need to read more, actually. That is my New Year's resolution, to read more. But the newspaper article, the court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency! Yes, of course. Thank you. We would never have done something so to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... Deadly in tiny quantities. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting... If the knife we used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is... It was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What? Ah. I've always been addicted to reading ingredients of products since I was a wee little lad, reading the 10 million? No, 10 billion. No, 100 million ingredients that make up cereal. Oh, I don't have the patience to understand what the ingredients are and stuff, considering they're probably stuff that I do not understand. This is complete and utter nonsense, and not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Stop with this creepy smile. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it? Your call? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly. From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency, I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? So, if we look here, it says extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes, which says the exact same thing in the newspaper. Current methods cannot detect. Consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. So this?
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please, do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death? Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual. Yes. Yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. He's sweating. Prosecutor Uchi, I think you'll agree this is a very compelling evidence. You go student and you go professor! Wait, why is he insulting the professor? I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No. Eugene Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. Oh, we kind of put him in trouble. It pains me to have to admit it. But I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic! Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Hold it! Ray! None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray? Mabami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew? I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sasaki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing. I was scared. The poison was out there and it killed someone, Ray. That's the scary part. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean the gentlewoman? What's her name? Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman, Miss Giselle Brett. That's why I decided to join a little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then she suddenly got to her feet before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. So someone was behind her? I feel like someone... In the picture, there was a big dress in the background. I feel like someone was hiding in that. It's big enough for someone to hide in that. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of our eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Oof. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now. Oh God, what do you want? Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. Oh, you have very sharp eyes. You'll produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Orchi. Perhaps some praise is due, young Yoko student. What? I had imagined that there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself. The question is, what the... Wait a second. I saw this before. I saw this before. I was wondering about this. Oh, wait. There we go. Look, it's the same thing on here. Maybe it's to do with the photographer. What about the other photo? We don't have that one. Okay, there's nothing like that here. But this one, this has this, the crack. Or a scratch of some sort. Interesting. And this was, it looks like this was from behind the beach house. Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true. No, I don't believe it. No, don't believe it. Order, order, order. Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice is yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Susato has started to show her face here. It is often said that the picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. My friend Ray can be seen kneeling over Miss Brett. I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... who took that photograph? True. Great question, Ray. Who took the photograph? Hey. That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. That is us saying, screw you, ouchie. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. And why not? Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau or headquarters by express post yesterday, but there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Can I see it? Can I examine it? Oh, I can't rotate the photo, but this is the key, because we saw this scratch, crack, or whatever it was on this. I wonder if they said the photographer's name. This is the interview with, is it father? As you can see here, it looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand... I do hope he won't hurt. They didn't say! Goodness. Are we to understand then, Council, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is that the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses, but the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim, and the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. No. Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. I mean, it's clearly obvious. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. You have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against a Taketsuchi or Aochi in a court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, Counsel, someone who took the photo of the interview. Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph. And the truth is, I have the answer. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who did this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could? However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What? Ah. He's sweating. Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? This one, this newspaper.
Take that!
What is that? A newspaper again? Walsh's England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Ah, yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye as it happens. Ah, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like. There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph... Good gracious, the white lines! Yes. Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing. It tells us it's from the same camera. Ah, yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. There are trees in the beach! There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, council. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. That's right, Judge. You're right, Your Excellency. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device? Yes. We can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the evidence. So it's from the same camera. Ah. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. Objection! I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Orchi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper? That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. Ooh. What's many memo? I see why you were called a Walsh's England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's a memo, I tell you. Memo. Mo. Oh, is that the name of the photographer? Sasaki-san? What was that? Did you say memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. That's weird. That is weird. Also, have you noticed the way that he did the positions? The guy was not there. The guy's not there anymore to take the pictures. He's gone. He's been found out. He ran. A reporter by the name of Writing Many Memo. Oh, look. RM. Look at that. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Everything about that is sus. Ah, now that he mentions it. These... Look, there he is. Oh! Oh, and the pen! There's a pen on his hand! How did I just notice that? Could that same reporter be? And he's not there to take the pictures! A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Writing Many Memo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Many Memo. Yes, my Lord, Your Excellency Esquire. There's something so weird about him. If he is a journalist and or a reporter, a professional journalist or reporter, seeing that a lens is affecting the photographs in such a way, would he have gone and get a new lens? Not a new camera, a new lens. I'm pretty sure you can do that. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. As you say, Your Excellency. Oh, he's sweating, he's nervous. And one more thing. I want this knife, a murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Meh! Meh. Just meh. The wise words of Ouchie. Many mem. You will do this. You will find traces of poison on the knife. Do you understand? Meh. Oh, well. We will do this in the new... Save this on the new game slot. I will gonna have a quick break myself, lovelies. There is no music. Why is there no music on the save slot? Don't worry, I will put in some... I've got a video game music playlist that we can play. Yes. Do 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 do. There we go. Anyway, that's some music playing for the break. So I shall see you guys in a little bit. I am back, and I hope you don't mind me munching and crunching on some cheese on crackers. I'm starting to get a bit peckish. So I do hope you have some food or some drink with you. And I got some... So I got some cheese with cranberry sauce in it. I'm sorry, I can't remember what cheese that is. Got some cheddar, blue cheese, and some brie. Thank you. Right. Wow. There we go. 13th of August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 3. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden. I suppose that's one way to look at it. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. I see. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? I said many things, lovely. I said many, many, many things. Many things. That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you stand by me to the last. Why, is Susato suddenly regretting it? Is Susato regretting defending her friend? Like, yeah, sure. Sorry, I really need this brie. This brie is a must. You know what cheese I really want? Camembert. Ah! Just get on the cracker. There we go. I did say that, didn't I? I did say that. I can imagine Susato going, yes, I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I heard important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I mean, Susato did throw Ryunosuke down to the floor that he did deserve. I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pull the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato. Oh, I love this piece of music. I just do. I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no. I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray? Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh no, don't be in tears. Don't be in tears. Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Yeah, that's... I ship it! Aw, this is so cute. Hang on. I'm getting some more. Maybe just blue cheese, I think. Some blue cheesy. Blue cheese. Blue cheese. Nom nom nom. Sweet Ray. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. Okay, just to be clear, we all know it's the photographer, right? It's pointed towards the photographer. And you were the only person in the hut at the time? That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. The photographer, the photographer, the photographer. So I just couldn't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. Let me have a look. She was sitting there. There's a hole at the back. Not her back. The back of the beach house. And these footprints, I presume, is Ray running around. So I presume the woman was sitting on that stool at the back. Gotcha. A great mystery indeed. Not really! I feel like I've been playing this game like so much now. I understand the nook and crannies of finding evidence. I'm just finishing up this blue cheese because it's so delish. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. And have a bit of the cranberry cheese as well. I still... Is it Wensleydale? I don't think it's Wensleydale. Sorry, I heard a noise. I think that was a dishwasher. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It'll be alright. To be fair, poor Ray. She's a young girl. She wanted to get her poison back, and then all of a sudden, she's seeing someone being stabbed, poison in front of her, and trying to save her. However, it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. I feel like deja vu here. I feel like deja vu had happened. Chemical reagent? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. The chemical, a special indicator solution for a new poison under development by my father's team. It's been created in strict secrecy and exists only in my father's laboratory. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. It's this newspaper article. Oh, yes. Oh, about the poison? Did something spike up in Susato about the newspaper article? Who owns that newspaper? Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yumai Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. That is true. How did it get out? It's a government secret. So I bet it's the same reporter. It's all pointing towards the reporter. That's why I love the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. You don't just see people in one case. They somehow involved in other cases as well. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Sasaki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. Go for it.
You're having some cheese right now, right?
Yeah, I'm having cheese.
Probably not gonna want dinner super soon.
Oh, no.
So we could do steak like late dinner and watch the movie.
Yeah, that would be nice. Alrighty then. Sorry.
Till like 9?
Yes. Maybe after 9. Maybe you could start cooking at like 9.
It doesn't take that long to do a steak.
Exactly.
I guess the chips take a while.
Hmm.
But yeah, if I start cooking at 9, then like dinner for 9:15, watch a film, then go to bed, and tomorrow we'll do all the chores and tidy the whole house.
Mm-hmm.
Flat. House flat.
Sounds like a plan.
Except I want to head to town. That's all we can do. We'll head to town, get some bubble tea, and that will motivate us to tidy the flat.
Well, I can make a start while you're out of town.
Okay. If you don't want to come with.
No, I best make a start. But a bubble tea does sound very nice.
Yeah, and then we're going to take away tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Love you.
Oh yeah, we need to go to Tesco's as well. I love you too.
I guess we don't need to if we're going to get a takeaway tomorrow.
But what about dinner? Oh, tomorrow. What about Thursday?
Well, we'll go to Tesco's on Thursday. But we don't. We only need. We might as well just get Mackey's because we're going to Rob's on Friday. So like, there's no real point going. There's no real point going to Tesco's to get loads in if we're just going to. Rob's.
Mm-hmm. 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 That so-called English lady swarmed in without any compunction, said to Professor Mikotoba, "No, it's all right." But yeah, I do have the curry. It needs to be eaten, and I don't particularly want it. Kapasha said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there. I hate her so much. I don't care if she's a victim of the murder. I hate her so much."
If she's a victim of a murder.
She was a killer in the first case, in the first game. Now
That's a perpetrator. If you're a victim of a murder, you're a body.
She is a body.
Oh.
She is a body. She's a dead body. She's being stabbed.
Love you.
Love you too. Oh, so she's the one who pointed the substance. It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So the Soseki-san knew about the poison? Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. There's many memos, son. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Huh? No, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Saseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Unless Miss Brett and the reporter work together so that he can sneak in. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. Thank you, sir. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense Attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes! Yes, sir! Let's go, sir. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. Let's go. Let's go. Hmm. 13th of August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Membami. Prosecutor Auchi, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I forgot to do his voice. I have some very important news to share. Maybe can you say that without smiling like that? What news? Why does he look so happy about it? We can punch the smile right off his face. How about that? During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the regent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it. Armed with the regent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness. Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well. Officer, bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case... how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? I do not like him. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Rated mini memo of the Shoyu News. I'm what people like to call a journo. What's a journo, Father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there when the news breaks, and putting pen to paper to capture those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing, the nice guy of news. Oh, so it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, why are we here? I'm sorry? Oh, brace yourselves, people! Mini Memo says there's a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will love this out. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in the 5-leg format for the morning edition. Hello, Little Witch. Thank you ever so much for the hydration, lovely. Much appreciated. How are you doing, lovely? Let me also give you a shout out. Sorry, this guy is snapping his camo everywhere. Oh, you're playing Disney Dreamlight Valley? What do you think? I absolutely love Disney Dreamlight Valley. And also the clip is not showing up, but that's okay as long as the link is up. Alright, dude. Huh? Right then, let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryotaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objection struck fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Oh no, the readers won't buy that. What? Lol. Get fucked, Ouchie. Witness? Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you are responsible for the taking of this picture. Ooh. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my minimumosium. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Minimumoism. Minimumoism. We'll go with a minimumoism. That is a word and a half. Don't you fucking say it! Minimumoism. Minimumoism? Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself as Osaki-san. Yes, right, that was me. Many memo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stick your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. I got that lickety-split. Your name will not confuse me anymore. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket? The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. Oh, so he did sneak in. Oh. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes, from start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera, the trusty camera that has a scratch on it, my dude. Thank you, Many Memos, son. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Ah! Excuse me. The camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smouldering journal spirit burst into flames, and quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to collect the poisons in the pen. The poison's in the pen! That's why there's no ink in it! But there's ink all over his hand. Does that mean he's poisoned? No. Is it only poisoned if it's ingested? That's why there's a pen on his hand. We can test the pen on his hand to see if it's laced with poison. It's in the pen. So we're gonna need your hand. My smouldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Read screens, you say? Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. Wait, the white lines on the side? Those white lines there? The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Oh. Talk about the hut. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Why? That's so creepy. I feel like that he looks into... So what? I feel like he's done this before. Look into beach houses with a camera. And to me, I don't feel comfortable about that. No, no, no. Ignoring for the time being the appalling evasion of privacy involved. Thank you, Ryotaro Susato. Judicial assistant lawyer. I feel like that she is Daenerys Targaryen and full of many names. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens? Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. Luckily for you, indeed. Right. Oh, we just are going to brush aside these possible perverted statements that he's making. I'll pull the weeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Everything he says sounds horribly wrong. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. I fucking hate this man. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. And peeping toms. And perverts. Wanna risk one a day? Wanna risk one day, wanna scoop the next. That's a minimum. I'll fuck off with that word. Minimalism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. Do we though? The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news. A startling photograph. All the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Yes! Yes, Mikotoba, you're exactly right. If this was a story of a lifetime, why wasn't he published? Why wasn't it published? The poison was published. The interview between Saseki and Mikotoba was published. The murder is more exciting than that, so why wasn't it published? Interesting. Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. More pathetic excuses. Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's a dick. He's a pervert. He's an arse. That we hate him? He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Let's go. Wait a minute. For the poison, if the poison have to work is to be ingested, how did it go from pen to ingested into the gentlewoman? Did she like accidentally put, did she like unintentionally put the pen in her mouth while she's writing something maybe? That's what I do. When I'm thinking, I always chew on pens, and I'm sure you do too. It's a habit. But not the entire ink cartridge. We opened the pen. It was empty. The camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old weed screens, and there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. Hold it! What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journal instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman. Straight to the point, Susato. Saying what we're all thinking. I like it. I like it. Despite how evil the woman was, she was very pretty. Ah, I see where you're going with this, but he's a salespeople. He's painted the journal as a voyeur. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. No, you got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry? To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. scopes know no gender, man or woman. It's all news. That's not even minimum. That's not even minimalism. It's basic journalism. So what? You see everyone as a victim of your own stories that they're gonna get judged for? I hate this dude right about now. If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut. A sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reins, I could see it all as clear as day. Oh! Ah! You see what's on his armband? That's the same logo that was on the pen. Oh, I wonder whose pen that was. Wait, I was right the first time. Didn't I say that the person who owns the pen is most likely a writer? But I automatically assume it was Saseki because he was an author. I am a ace attorney genius. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Minbami-san entering the hut? Yup, and she was raging like my journal spirit. And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it, I didn't steal it, that kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked way up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me, she doesn't seem like an angry sort of person, though. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Jesus fucking Christ! Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife and throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ah, the precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are, it's all here in my mini memo pad. Why do I get the feeling that we're going to see him again? When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. We did see the stool on the photograph. Okay, yeah. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Ugh. Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut arguing furiously. The English woman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged a knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. Huh? What you described is a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That That's what minimalism is. The minimalism says. Apply for the layout of the small beach hut where the victim was found. Interesting. By the way, Mini-Memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to ask for security that is nearby? Did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it off? There you go. Journals have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. I've never heard of that before in my life. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, will you? I will grant the defense's request. Mini-Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of Mini-Memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words are meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer.
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that? Yeah, I was gonna say. I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves are stretched to breaking point already. Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you. Yes. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hands steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Minimalism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, minimalism comes out on top. Huh. As a sculptural story, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. Surely he's making all this up. A little bit. He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he's said. As you've no doubt seen done many times before in your role as judicial assistant. Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. Which is what we did. Shall we press them again? Hang on. We did press him. The pen. Hang on. We need to check this actually. Yes, a pen. Mini-Memo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more Mini-Memoism. I'm getting a hang of that word now. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Minimomo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you... If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Raymond Bammy. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also R.M.? How did he miss that? He cannot be that dumb. No! Rayton Mini Memo. R.M. That's horse dung! Can't you see one of the central tenets of minimalism is being a pencil user? And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung! Many Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut? Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Show your news or stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. On the top of the pen is a logo. Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... Ah, there it is. Not the top, the bottom. That's my bad. Got it! Oh my gosh, she's so cute! As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Minimomo-san. Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. I wonder who it could be. Suddenly the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Minimomo-san, how do you respond? Haha, we got him! We got him! We got him! Order! Order! Explain yourself, witness! Well? Oh, he's laughing. We don't like that. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then. Fine, I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before. Yeah, why is this a secret? When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we Minimoists. That's the name you're gonna go with? Minimoists say the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes. All right. But on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san. Soseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one, it's big. Wait, what? Jesus Christ! Minimalism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Is Soseki-san hiding something? I mean, that wouldn't be surprising. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why minimalism demands that I reveal it now. Okay. So we're gonna have to press him. You mean to say the victim? The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question? Even he was like, the general fuck. So when the woman is dying, you decide to just ask her a question? That's, true. Yes. He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Shit. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. I agree, dude. I agree. Let's go. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? What indeed? So many things is happening. Let's go. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Hold it! Hold it! You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life. That's not the way I phrased it, and minimalism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her. Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler. Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. I don't know who that is. And how did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Ooh, that told me. So I waltzed right out of there. Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. No. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper told me that. I don't know who this veteran is. Don't watch it secretly from outside. I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running.
Hold it!
Hold it! That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Roberta just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize! Any minimalist will tell you that. Let them think you've left, and just when they lower their guard, that's when you sweep in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph, though I'm sure the young Yoko student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. Yes, you do. I'm sure. It's like... Susato is like... Yeah, sure. Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help.
Hold it!
And Saseki-san remained behind in the hut? That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back, behind, Belfort bars! They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were grasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. Poor Saseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal, emptiness, empty, eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. He has not changed. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. What is the question? What question? What exactly did he say? Well, now you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Ah! Out with it, you Yoko hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Okay. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Wait. I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosanaka saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. But what did you ask us, Saseki-san? It's not going to be something like, are you still alive? Please don't ask her that. What is it? I asked her, who did this to you? Oh, shit. Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But... When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. Come on, dude. I will! I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied. Hold it! So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. That's good saying. Oh, I quite like that, actually. And having been labelled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. True, Sasaki. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese. Oh dear, Sasaki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Writer-man? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. You just said she didn't respond! She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant. Hold it! Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Sasaki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with a student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. That's incorrect. Because the woman was standing facing the entrance, was lying facing the entrance. That is incorrect, good sir. No. Sasaki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But fiddlesticks, I say! This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear. Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly, but there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No, we can do this. There lies writing itself. Dashing lawyers hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. May gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in the beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. Wait, you know what we haven't done? We haven't examined the things that we've been given. For example, this knife. Okay, there's nothing on this knife apart from blood. Okay. Then the defense has nothing further to add. So the gallant ducal student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding, and how did he or she stab the victim? I know how.
Objection!
I know how. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh, to what end, Counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Ha! None exists. There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction! Fantasy! Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment that the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? I think around here.
Take that!
The true culprit was in this area here. There, Counsel. That's right, Your Excellency. I believe the culprit was hiding in the location I've indicated. Why? Oh, well, that's rather hard to say. Oh, wait, I didn't get it right? Theory needs no further consideration given your wide-eyed look of alarm. Oh dear, I chose poorly. Maybe I need to look at my... Let's have a look. It's here. That's hiding in the dress? I suggest you begin by considering where the victim was in the moments leading up to her death. Yes, of course. Alas. Perhaps you'd care to identify a more credible location, Counsel? Where's that other photo? Here. This is the entrance, right? That's the dress. That's where the wine is. This is where the case is. Right where the victim was sitting. Right behind.
Take that!
There we go. Got there in the end. No other son will never give up. And I'm a narrow hodder now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut. What? Order, order, order! But student lawyer Noah Hodderson Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear to that. That's because you're the murderer, you freaking idiot. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Aochi, there is a way. And in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing! You're bluffing! You're caught. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? Is either the two I think it's this photograph, actually.
Take that!
Come on. Well, I presented it now. But I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence. Counsel, you're suggesting that this piece of evidence bears out your theory as to how the victim was stabbed? It's something of a windfall, Your Excellency. I don't know what you were looking for, Counsel. Was down for. Okay, so it's another photograph. If your theory is correct and the knife was thrust into Miss Brett's back from outside the hut, there should be a visible trace somewhere. A trace? Yes, on the hut itself. Armed with that idea, I must look through the court record again. So it's the other one. Your Excellency, the defense would like to present a different piece of evidence. I don't understand why, because... Okay. Go ahead. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory? So, it must be this one, because there is a hole where it is, where the stool is. But it's so small, you could barely notice it. The original photographic print of the crime scene? Why didn't I pick that first? Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut. Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is a trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside the hut? Right there, where the gap is. Are we ready? Boom! Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't. I can't see any such thing. Yes, you can. That's why you're sweating. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And everyone present at the scene, there was only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right turner, Memo-san. It could only have been you. Haha. Objection! This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower? No, of course not. We're not? If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool? You don't see things clearly, do you, sir? Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the read screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word! So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the read screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. But that still doesn't explain how she got poisoned. By your silence, Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. Is he gonna laugh again? If he laughs again, I will not be happy. This is absurd. Okay, he's not laughing. That'll do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The Aochi clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope? It's terrible. It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. You are annoying. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict. Oh. Does the journalist have something to say? Yep, he does. Oh, he's laughing! Fuck off, dude! Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals? You said that before. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the read screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed? How she was stabbed? It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Oh, I hate him so much. What are you talking about? What is he talking about? Is he talking about the poison? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up, he's talking about the poison. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. Yeah, that's what I thought. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her body. Like you knew. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed and whom, in whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison. Objection. Then what is Ray on trial for? She's on trial for stabbing her. But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... Forgotten already, have we, Yoko? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turns out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? It's in the pen. It's in the pen. It's in the pen. The poison's in the pen. Ugh. Well. Yeesh. Order. But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see. The wine glass! A bottle of carbonated water in a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. Oh shit. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. God, you are a perv. It made no sense at all that I poisoned a woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it.
Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. I hate him so much. You see that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. Nope, good sir. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. Oh dear. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now because that's minimalism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. No, we're fine. Just where is this trial going to take us? Another witness testimony. Let's go. Complete. Oh, yes, I stabbed the English woman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. So, okay, so he's admitted to stabbing her. So, you admit it then? Yeah, he admitted it. That everything happened as I described. That you were the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen. You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. But why did you murder her? What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. Who would have the poison? That's right, you guessed it! That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. Oh, go away. Oh, he's a creep. An absolute creep. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This journal here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. He should get punished for stabbing her, though. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, this report had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last! This is unbelievable. And after I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? You can do it, Susato. I have faith! Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well done, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Let's go! Yes, Your Excellency. Let's go! Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Hold it! So, you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett, then? The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. So, in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? To make sure that she is absolutely dead?
Hold it.
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you're already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. I feel like he's been saying the same thing, but saying it differently. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders, see? He's been saying the same thing. That is how the law works, you see, Yoko. Who knows, you may even learn something here today. From you, not a chance. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got to come in. That's how the law works, the law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat.
Hold it!
What does that mean? What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. Wait, what? I thought they were arguing about the poison. The student girl was laying into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right, but the English woman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. Hold it! I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray? Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination. Hold it! Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly! He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, great peeping Tom! Whoa, take it easy there! I will agree with Ray. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. Come on, Your Excellency. I will grant the request of the defense. Yes! But Your Excellency! This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes the regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Alright, let's hear it. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. That's what I thought. That's why I was so confused. If the courts weren't going to... Oh, fuck. I forgot to push her. If the courts weren't going to punish her back for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. Sorry, I'm going to have to... Taking the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. I forgot to press the girl. You stabbed the English woman. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. Hold it! The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief had managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Saseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it, the whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah, yes. Many Memo-san, one small question if you don't mind. I don't mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard? Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yumei Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Yes. Look at this! The entire article! It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word! Well, many memos, son? You've been... As a journo, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of minimalism. Fuck the minimalism. Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinky story about me arguing with her. Just shut up. My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. What is it? Oh, he's angry. Let's go. The point is, if you'd poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well. Hold it. Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's a horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. If it was a reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. but between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry? What change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, yes, that's it! That's when Menimemo's son first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree, and in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. So do I have to press him again? Let's try looking at the label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Couldn't you just have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese, though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Oh wait, what? Did it go... Ah, yes, this must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it cleaned. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. Okay, so nothing here. I'm not entirely sure. I'm gonna have to press him again.
Hold
it! So you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett? Roman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation. She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed a murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So, murderous intentions. That English woman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. Is it? There's nothing to do with you at all, because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? That is a good point.
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, Yoko. You might learn something. You've got it coming. That's how the law works. Wait. I need to check the pen, actually. How's the ink? I suppose. Still think the poison was in the pen. I don't know. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat.
Hold it!
Okay, is this one? What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago? No! The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson. That she would simply have been acquitted and sent back as a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. Yes, a very simple explanation as to why the accused was compelled to poison her nemesis. There's no inculpatory evidence to that effect. The prosecution is deliberately leading the court. That's right, and my lawyer will throw you for it if you're not careful. Oh, hey, don't throw things like that out there. Let the yokel student be aware that her humour is not appreciated in this courtroom. I can't allow the court to be influenced by this reporter's testimony. Ray is the only one who knows what really happened. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave, even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague. Getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. He visited the lab. He was searched top to tail. I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. That's fair enough. But true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the poison sought to make sure that your victim would die. So we need to find a reason. There has to have been a good reason for that. Then clearly, you must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. Him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed. There was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry? What change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Minimemo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. With Inley taking the poison already, the reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning. I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree, and in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. We did that. I'm so confused. But why did he stab the English woman? That is the question. He said it was for justice. Is it something to do with the newspaper? Am I missing something in the newspaper? Either via the mouth or via the wound from a poison-laced blade would prove fatal in minutes. We found it. It's this newspaper. If I'd already poisoned her. This is where we present it.
Objection!
Yes! That took a lot of thinking. Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did! There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink. Where are you going with this, counsel? Minimomo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Minimomo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception. Yeah. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, rating men in memo. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. Haha. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected. This is extraordinary, it really is. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Order, order, order. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely. Objection. The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much of the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Lost hope? Ah, your hope did not work. Is he laughing again? Oh no, he's mad. You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burden, I don't need a counter-argument. So is he admitting it? What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stab her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, though, too. But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Shoyu News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I rated Mini Memo, a mere reporter from the Shoyu News. He put it in the pen. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. We're going to use the chemical on the pen. But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case... As you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? My point is this. There is one way that you, Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence that this witness stole the poison on the day in question. Because this says liquid. Is it liquid?
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency? Is this fountain pen? I got it right! Sorry, my throat is going. Fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Bah! I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. They're not, but okay. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup corn of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words at the blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. Can this really be? Well, Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Fuck you. We got him. He can't get out of that. More absurdity. That never happened. True. We've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass. Into her glass. There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. But he didn't, though. He asked her. He went in to ask her for an interview. She said no and he left. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand. No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I could always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. He's so annoying. What, is he being Wolverine now? You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist. Many-Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. This one?
Take that.
We haven't showed that yet. Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains a unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or from another perspective. Simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? Ha ha! One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Many-Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. You can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. You are fucked. Oh god, he's throwing his camera around. Oh, he's going berserk. Susato, with me. I'm there. Oh my god, they're fighting together. Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown. Yes! The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. Haha. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully, and then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Many-Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious to find out what it was made of and expose it in an article? I mean, it was a secret project after all, too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went into that hut intended to quiz her on the situation, that's all. As a reporter, a known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country, I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face! Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? Oh, this country with its pretensions, so to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. She's nasty. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done when she clearly had no remorse at all. Did she still say why she killed Dr. Wilson? I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up. Well then, that's that then. He's off to jail. I'd like to ask you something. Yes? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? Wait, what? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that, behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. The records that has the Morse code. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Minimamo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle, Brett. The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose... Yeah. It's done? It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryotaro Naruhodo? That's you, darling. Oh! Ah, yes! Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. Good job, Susato. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, what does... Were you scheming? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts? What is this? Prosecutor Aochi? I, Takasuchi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment surely took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this Wait, what? For that is the truth path of autism. What? No? Autism? One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modelling himself after the witness. Sprig off my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi. Okay. I got really, really worried. Wow, everyone's giving him respect. It's very nice to see. Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Membami-san. Yes, Your Excellency. I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty! Woo! Nicely done, nicely done. Court is adjourned. Nicely done. 13th of August, 2:38 p.m. God, that's a long day. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 3. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Susato! Oh, thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Rei and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. Well, at least you didn't hear that I said that you had a lack of sense. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Rei. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Rei. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Rei. Oh my goodness, no, of course not, of course not. There it is at last, Rei's lovely smile. Aw, she's so cute. Hopefully we get to see her later. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense Attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. Oh! What? What is happening? Ah, Saseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba. Don't. So dashing, so divine. No! Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea Mr. Sato's son Esquire, so that you were locum student of Hodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astounding ace attorney. Ah, see what you did there. Poor Saseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in the prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Saseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I am a chief inspector at the police bureau, who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. Yes, it was fantastic disguise. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover disguised as a head waiter of a restaurant. I do feel bad for the Inspector, and then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? Oh, we do miss Kazuma-sama. From my perspective, I have to admit I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes, the man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. Ooh. Is that what it's going to be targeting about? On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. My arch-nemesis, how lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? The Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. What do you say to that? And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. That was Iris Watson. She is Dr. John Wilson. Sorry, Iris Wilson, who was Dr. John Wilson's daughter, who is currently living with Sherlock Holmes at the moment. As you know, I travelled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yumei University, but I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. That's what I want to know. We did hear that he was ill, and look at him, he's fine and dandy. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't. Let me go! Mini Mimosa? So one throw wasn't enough for you? I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student's fate? Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. Kazuma? What? Student of law? He must mean... Kazuma-sama? What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... It's the judge! Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. God, what they're keeping? I'm curious now. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore, merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato. Oh, so he knows. Did you know all along? From the start of the trial? A judge sees everything, Susato. I like the judge. He's very open-minded. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father! Sorry, my dear, we shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. He's trying to avoid this conversation. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Oh, thank you very much. What did you think of my Seishiro's sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. I do love the judge, actually. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson, about everyone. And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around. Oh, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires, could I have a word? Oh, yes, of course, Saseki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. Interesting. This I have to hear. Please, Saseki-san, tell me at once. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent a telegram to you, asking you to return to Japan. What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in. I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course, I can never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean, which one was that? The one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? The Hounds of the Baskerville? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Oh, the lodgings! The girl! Why? Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Oh, we got another cutscene.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
Oh, it's Kasuma's grave!
I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Interesting. So it's the lodgings one that holds the key. Susato success! Yay! We will overwrite that. Nicely done. Right, we are going to leave it here. Thank you ever so much for joining me in my stream. I do hope that you guys very much enjoy it. I very much enjoy it, and we definitely will be able to continue this at some point with the second excuse me, with the second case, so I'm very excited about that. Before I leave, I shall look in to see who is available to raid. Who is available to raid? Ooh, We have Just playing Splatter. I do not know what Splatter is, but I'm going to send you over to Just Playing. I have watched her stream. She is exceedingly funny. I absolutely love her energy, so do give her all the love in the world. Yeah, anyway, guys, thank you ever so much for joining me in my stream. I do hope you enjoy it as much as I did. I may or may not stream on Thursday. We'll see about that. Play it by ear, but if I do, I'm most likely going to be playing Sims 1. So if you're interested, do come by and say hi. I greatly appreciate you. And yeah, do take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And if I don't see you, have a wonderful rest of the week. And yeah, hopefully I shall see you later. Do take care. Oh, and if I don't see you on Thursday, happy New Year. And I wish you all happiness and health for the next year of 2023. So yeah, do take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I shall see you guys at some point later. Do take care. Bye-bye.